Hello guys and welcome. Hey, what do you know? I didn't start the stream by coughing or something like that. Welcome back. So like I said, or like I put in the comment section for this stream here, I am going to showcase to you a new engine. And like I've told you a couple of times now, I am a fairly big fan of these realistic engine mods by Carter Joval. And, well, he's done it again. So, as you probably know, I've installed before the Pratt & Whitney engines, the CFM LEAP engines, the IAE engines or IEA engines, but we missed one set of engines, and that were the CFM engines, the CEO CFM engines. So I know it's a little bit confusing because we both have the CFM LEAP, but we also have the CFM, the old B1 something. 5B something. I cannot remember what the exact name are. These are the engines here. Now we are starting early morning here in Boston Logan, and we're going to fly all the way to Chicago O'Hare because I love the flight into Chicago. I think it's even in X-plane it's pretty cool, and I wanted to showcase these engines here. As far as I can see right now, we don't have any ATC, which is bad because the reason to be on, one of the reasons being on VATSIM is having an ATC available to us. But it's also good in a sense because it means that I will probably be more able to really showcase these engines to you. I've also made some subtle changes. We are now running Vulcan, meaning that X-Enviro's seasons doesn't work, but that didn't hold me back because I just added a Python plugin instead that is called 4 Seasons. It is not as good in a sense, you could say, like for instance, just need to scratch myself, sorry. It's not as good as X-Enviros because it is not dynamic in the same sense that X-Enviro is, and let me show you how it is. Because if I select winter with snow here and say save and apply, it restarts. It reloads the scenery, and that's the only way it can do it, unfortunately. This also means that X-Pilot, as you heard there, will disconnect. That is why I've selected to now I just, because it wanted to have winter with patchy snow, let's select that. Let me allow myself to turn myself up a little bit. We're just going to select that, and since we don't have any ATC, we're not flying anything like that. Doesn't mean it's not a big issue that we get booted from X-Pilot, from VATSIM. The nice thing about it is that I can run Vulkan. So, I mean, that's a thing. So it will not be as fluid as you would expect it with, for example, X-Enviro. But instead we don't have these weird snow textures on people or anything like that. So, I mean, it's a give and take. And I would say the most important part is that we can now run Vulkan, which my experience is will give me somewhat better frame rates. They can still go down, they can still get low, but they will be a little bit better. So let me open this one and see it's at 30 frames per second. But we're going to look more closer at these engines here, and one particular thing I want you to notice today with this flight here is when we open these pedal-shaped reversers here. I mean, just take a look at the details that he has put into this engine. You can see all the rivets, you can see all the rivets in the connections here. You can see this actually looks like something you can open. I mean, you cannot open it, but it looks like something you can open. He has made a tremendous job with these engines here. It is, I mean, I'm even having a hard time describing it. And this is the final, it is just the masterpiece for the smaller Airbus editions. This is the final engines that we missed here. So now we have a full complement of Carter Javal's realistic engine mods in here. But let's jump into the flight deck and get the plane going. So I will be using my little checklist here. I have removed the ability to tick them off as itself because I want to do it myself. So let's see, engine masters. Monitor are off. Engine mode, ticket. Engine mode selectors is in norm position. Weather radar is off. And predictive wind shear is also off. Let's see, let's set this to 5 up. I can just do that now. Gear levers down. Wiper left and right are off. Battery display, we can actually read it, which is pretty nice, but they say 27.8 and 27.7, meaning above the needed 25.5. So let's take that off and let's extinguish them by turning them off, basically. Turning them on, basically, sorry. There we go. Now we have power in the house. And let's just, again, I will allow just a few seconds, just a little time to settle, and then we'll enable the external power. We've done now. Let's do the APU fire test, and we get an annoying sound. So yeah, I installed another mod. Let me just show you here. I haven't found out yet how to avoid constantly having it zoom in when I use the menu up here, but I can at least sort of relatively easily turn sounds up and down here, the masters. So if the sounds in the sim is too loud, I can turn them off without turn them down without stopping the sim, which is pretty nice. All right, so APU fire test, we did that. Crossbleed is in auto, and the cargo heat switch are in the centered position. I'm pretty sure these must be the cargo heats thingies. I'm not sure about that. Let's just turn the packs on. Now that we have the ability, I'm going to go down here and turn the speed brake, the parking brake off, because we should have chocks available from ground. And let's get a low pressure air system in here as well, basically air conditioning. So cargo is in the centered position. Next, yeah, let's turn up all these displays so we can. Let me just move my mouse a little bit. I have it in under my table, which is a little bit annoying because it means that I cannot use my my finger properly on the scroll wheel. There we go. Now I was expecting to get out of here. I mean, not out of the stream, but out of the airport. At need to go to there. Let's just keep that so we have a reference. Constraints on. Airports on. Yep. that, up on lower ECAM, yes, up, and there. So we're waiting here until we get, let's just brighten up these as well. While we're waiting, there we have the door, and let me see if I can see what they're called. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, so they're called CFM 56. So the other ones are called CFM Leap, and these are called CFM 56. So these are the old CFMs, if you will, or CEOs, the classic engine option. I'm going to try, since we are flying in America, I'm trying to do my best to sound American, but I probably will fail horribly. So, well, that's just the way it is to be a European. So, door page. Well, we don't need to actually to go to the door page, but we can check that we have above 1000 PSI, which we do. Cockpit oxygen. Let's go to the hydraulics page and check that we have a full fill up of full fill up of hydrogen. I did it again. Hydraulic fluid. So let's take that off and let's go to the engine page and see we have oil on the engines, which we do, and let's unload the engine page again. Let's take that the speed brakes are disarmed. They are. Let's check that the flaps lever are in 0. It is. Let's check that the parking brake is active. It's not, because we're using chocks. Or chokes, I'm not sure what you call it. Chocks. We don't. We use chocks instead right now. So let me just fumble it with the lighting here. So we're going to turn up the integrated lights and turn up the floodlights just a tad. And the same up here, we're going to brighten these up as well. There we go. So, crew oxygen supply on, ground controller, recorder on, GPS buttons. We have some faults here, but we should have that. That is expected. Let's just turn it to captain's evic switch. ADS 1 and 3 on. Set this to status, even though it's not displaying anything. I'm pretty sure it should show how much time there is up there, but I'm not sure. ADS switches. Strobe light. Set this to auto. Set this to nav logo to 2. Turn on the nav logo and remaining external lights off. Seatbelt sign not yet, but no smoking and emergency lights on. Annotated. Let's test it first to see if we have any blown bulbs. Doesn't look like it. All is lighting up here. Let's see down here. Yeah, it all looks fine and dandy. Let's remove that. Alright, so we can set it to... I usually just keep it at bright because I haven't seen any use for having it in dim in any case. All right, so we dealt with that. Pro window heat is on or extinguished. It's auto. What I mean, econ flow. We have 172 passengers today, so that's above the 168, so we are not going to turn on econ flow. Cockpit, I already dealt with that. Fuel pumps, not yet. We're not refueled yet. And let's test the engines. So engine fire test 1. We're getting an annoying sound. Engine fire test 2. And I'm expecting that we get the ECAM message and all that right now, but I cannot move around to see it. Standby horizon. Now here's the cool thing. One of the really nice thing about flying in the US is that we have access to their digital ATIS info, the real info. So I can see right now that we're expecting departure 15 right. The altimeter is 3052, so let's put that in. That's pretty high actually. T052. We have done that. Standby horizon. Not anything else we need to do now with that, but I can check the 80s on a little bit later. Gear levers down, and we have the 3 green lights. Left and right brake pressure, well, we can turn it on and see what happens. And see that it enables and goes up. And we can turn it off again. But we do need to see, you can see that the accumulator, every time I do this, it will remove a little bit of the pressure. So we need to get the accumulated pressure back into the green range. We do that by enabling the electronic pump here. And let's remove that message. There we are. Now we have pressure again in the accumulator. Yes and yes. Chronometer. Well, time and date definitely not right, but date should be, let me see, the 29th? No, that's not right. Let me set that. Let me just quickly set that. Customize. So let's see, it's actually February the 2nd today. 6:25. Let's just say 6:30. No, 6:25. That's fair. 6:25. Apply. There we go. Now it should say the 2nd of February 22. Yes. Chronometer. I changed the date because otherwise we'll be flying in the middle of the night and I really wouldn't be able to show you much of these engines. Yes, chronometer, GPS, yes, set. Landing gear now seeing just the 3 was down. Radio panels, 1 on, 2 on, 3rd on, yes. Flood and integrated light, already did that. Weather radar is off, yes. Multiscan is to auto and GCS is to auto. Predictive wind shear is off. Tilt, it should be 5 units up now. Something around there. 5 units up. Speed brakes are disarmed and the cockpit door is in norm. Yes. I don't know if we can open it. Let's try to unlock it and then we should be able to. So we can say hello to the crew out there. There we go. Switching buttons, they are all in norm. Flap lever is in 0 or lever. Landing gear elevation, landing elevation, not landing gear elevation. Landing elevation pressure. Landing elevation is auto, which it should be. Status page is normal. Thrust levers are in idle. Engine master 1 and 2 are off. Parking brake is not active yet. Rudder trim is 0. Gravity gear extension is locked. Transponder 1 or 2 is set. I can just... Oh no, that was... Let me see, where is it? Not there. Is it this one? No. Alright, so let me just scoot over here, because I can't find the right button. Let me see, we should have this to above, because we're taking off in a little while, but otherwise it's on. I haven't enabled it yet, but let's just set it to transponder. There we go, all of that, yes, transponder status, all packs and cargo. Alright, let's get this checked in. So let's open the tow list menu and open the AV tab. Now I've updated this to the latest version, which is 1.3.2, and what that should give is a little bit extra options somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Joystick, sound, faults, ground. I think it must be here then. Yeah. Temporary flight plan ailerons with ground spoilers. I'm not sure what that really means. And then we can auto nav on GA. And it should also somewhere ask, but maybe it's only if we have the Neo on. whether it has what are they called? Temporary flight plan. There should be somewhere we can change whether it should have a electric if you can see it somewhere, then please let me know, because I certainly can't see it. Hello and goodbye. You're so blocked. Bye bye. And let me see. Anna's cache enable AV tab. I can't find it, but there is somewhere where we should be able to select whether it should have an electric rear aileron, not aileron. What the heck are they called? Rear spoiler. I can't remember. Stabilizer, something like that. But it may be an option that only comes when we're using the engine, the Neo, because it's only something that is present on the Neos. But let's put in the numbers that we need. 172 passengers. That should give us a I had the right number, now I cannot get it again. There we go. We should get 69,980. That's not. Oh. 64,880. But apparently it won't give me 172, so I need to give it 172. Oh, I know why. We have 5,000 kilograms of cargo, so let's put in 3,000 here. Let's put 2,000 and see what happens if we put 3,000 in here. And let's distribute the passengers sort of relatively. Something like that. 69,980. Just what we wanted. And 26.4, that's fine. Load these settings. And we need 13,420 kilograms of fuel. I will be on the safe side and say 14,000 here. There we go. Let's quick refuel and load it, and there we go. All right, so so far so good. Let's say that we have done that, and the next should be the MacDo programming. All right, so let's remove this and remove this and remove this, and let's say that our ground handling guys here, they are finished with cleaning up and preparing the plane. We're still refueling, so they'll be moving now, but we are ready to receive our guests. So let's do that. And we have done everything we need to do to prepare the cockpit, so now we'll go down and prepare the box. Now I'll do it like this because it makes it honestly a little bit easier for me if I can get this box here moved. Alright, let's open the AV tab so we have something to work with here. Now I have set this for 15 right because I know we're going to I looked it up before I planned it. So we are running the CFM 56 Carter Duval engines. Yeah. Eric cycle is new, no change code and no idle performance we need to know about. And obviously, like always, I've made a little plan. Should we program this manually? Yeah, sure, why not? So let's see, we are taking off from Boston. And we're landing in Chicago O'Hare. And we're going to return without inserting a company route. Now the alternate should be down here somewhere. KDPA, so KDPA. Put that in. We are today United 1564, I think it is. Yeah. United 1564. Put that in. Align the RS. Sure. Cost index. We are running relatively light, and we're going to initially go up to not 16,000. I don't know why it put that in. I don't. Sometimes I guess PFPX just gets some crazy ideas. Maybe there's some kind of restrictions or something like that. I checked the weather map and there was nothing there at least. Alright, let's see. But we're going to go up to 340. And the temperature at cruise is, well, that's -17, but I don't trust that. So I'll just add this here. -52 sounds reasonable. Go to flight plan. KBOS. So we are going to, okay, boss. So we're going to use 15 right there. Yes. And we are going to use the Lobster 7. Lobster 7. Insert that. And from Lobster, we're going to take an airway. So let's jump in and get an airway. And we are going to use Victor 139er. 139er. And we're supposed to go to Indy. Let's check if it can sequence it itself. 393. Tango 393. Indy, yes. And then we are going to PVD, Papa Victor Delta, and from there we're going to do a couple of directs. So from PVD we're going direct to Heft, HFD, let's put that in, and from Heft we're going to direct to Fickham. And from Fickham, we're going direct to Etk. They probably have some names, but I'm just going to say what they are here. I think it's pretty funny names. Let's see, and direct to EWS. EWC. Use. I know there's a lot more E's in that. And from there, we are going to take an airway. Wow, what do you know? And from use, we're going to use Juliet 64.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to welcome you aboard our flight.
From there, we're going to go over to FWA.
Your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. Unless you're in the front row, please place all
From
of your
there, we're
items
going
in
to
the
use VIC 5 to 28C. Now I am going to put that in, but I'm not sure it is the runway that we're going to use.
Please close the bin as a courtesy to other passengers. Once all your items are put away,
28C, and it was the VIC 5. VIC 5. There. And should we put in it via? You know what? No, let's just not. And transition, that is Fava. Insert that. And that should give us a nice plan without any disco. So let's just check that in an orderly manner. Go to plan. Up to 40. 40, not. And let's go back to start. So we're here at KBOS. Okay, boss, and go to boat here, and for some reason Lobster, we're going to make a sharp turn, and then we're just going to follow it all the way back to Weak, Bun, Honey, Cluso, blah blah blah, and then we have Possum here. So what will happen if we let's see what happens if we put in Folklore. Let's just do that. So 28 center and Weak. Oh, there, Weak 5. Folklore, FWA, insert, Let's see, how does that look? That just gives a discontinuity up to Possum. Because Folklore is somewhere back there, all the way out here somewhere. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're going to do some vectoring here in any case. So I'm just going to go here, go to fix info. No, we can set that on the route because we might have to take another runway in any case. But the flight plan in itself looks fine. I mean, no discos other than the one we just made. I would almost say sort of deliberately, but at least we know about it. Turn all of these off. Let's set this a little bit higher. Yeah, let's continue. Why did I close that? Well, let's continue with planning the bugs. So, RadNav, let's take a look here. Since I'm not that used to flying in KBOS, we may need to take a look here. What was it? 15 right? And that should be India Mike Delta Charlie 1110.7. And we have 1110.7 India Mike Delta Charlie. Yes, that checks out. The runway heading is 148. Let's put in 149. Because that's what it says there. Slope. I mean, yeah. And we have some VORs clocked in or computed. So RadNav, then we go to init B, diffrips, as I've always said. Diffrips. Let's open the TOLIS thingamajig and check that we have 7.0. Wow, straight out. And 26.4. Put that in. Block fuel 14.0. Check that the numbers are populated. Alright, they're already up there, back there. And we're a little bit late behind schedule, so let's see, extra time 3.9 seems reasonable. Let's go to the performance page, and we're going to use 1+F today. We're going to say 1 and up 0.2. We're not going to use any shift here because we're going to use the entire runway. 41 temp. Let's go back here and check the altitude. It is... that must be that one. 17. That's 20. So in this case, I'm going to say 1030. There we go. Alright, let's check the V speeds. 153. 159. And 161. Transition altitude, that's the lovely thing about the US. It's always 18,000 feet. In this case here, our flight level 180. Thank you so much, Americans, for making this so much easier. Alright, that's it. And the parents, yes, the parents, the passengers, they are ready. So let's continue afterwards. Let me go into the Z checklist and go to cockpit preparation. Open checklist and let's see what we need to do. So reminder, we already start tracking Clyde. I already did that. Alright, let's turn the beacon on because that's going to close all the doors and and let's tell the ground crew to, well, we have been refueled and all that, so they are, all of them are finished. So we can turn the seatbelt sign on as well. And just check if it works here. It should. Alright. We can turn the fuel pumps on. Let's check our checklist here. Cockpit door. Well, that's something we need to do. Close it. And log it. APU master. Let's turn it on. Say cheese and then turn it on. Maybe a little bit more cheese. APU start, flight director switch, captain side, Indy side, they already, a flight first officer side. Indy display range, already did that. Barometer, set local QNH. Let's check the... Alright, it's 3051 this time. There we go. Alright, constraints are active. Speed is in managed. We can see that here. We're just going to go straight. Let me see what the departure says. If it gives us any sort of indication of where we should departure. Let's see, what was it we used? I already forgotten. Look at the plan. Oh, lobster. Yeah, that's right. It was the lobster. Let's find lobster. Let's see. Lobster. Does it say anything? 15 right climb heading. Do not see then on the route. Does not say anything about our altitude. Say down here. Maintain 1,000. Expect clearance to fill in 10 minutes. Okay, 5,000. So let's do that. Close that. So speed and manage. Altimeter set. Flight director on his side is set as well. Let's just skip this over. ND display. Yeah, I did that. Constraint. No, you're using airport. Barometer set. Constraints active. No. Airport. It's on. Seatbelt sign. On. APU bleed. On. External power. Off. Ask the nice ground crew to remove the external power. Disconnected. They have done so. Thank you so much. Cargo and passenger doors, they are closed. If using better pushback, we could call it no pre-plan. We already done that. Whether we talked about what we're going to do. Emergency briefing, engine failed, and we're just going to stop and do the procedures to get rid of the engine fire. Contact ATC. There is, to my best knowledge, no ATC. So that is going to be very easy. Set. We already did initial altitude. Yes. Transponder code. It's given by ATC. Yes. We don't have any transponder. Beacon light on. Did that. Contact ATC. All the doors are closed, by the way. And start pushback. All right. So let's do that. Let's call the push. Let's just get this ordinary checklist that we have up and cooking as well. I don't like the UVA here one. I honestly still the one I best like is still the one that comes with the Copilot checklist here. So cockpit preparation, we have done that exclusively, or sort of really detailed. Gear pins and compass has been removed. Signs are on and auto. We already did that. ADS are definitely in nav. Fuel quantity is 14.0. Bear roof is set to 30.51 QNH. Windows and doors are closed. Beacon is on. Thrust levers are in idle, and parking brake is set. And then we need to ask our nice ground crew to remove the low pressure air and the chokes. Thank you so much. So we're ready for start. So let's call the dear better pushback truck.
Grounded cockpit. Tow is driving up.
So that is basically how I would perform a preparation of the plane, as much as to the what you would call it, the by the book as I can. Without being a pilot and knowing all the small intricacies on how you do these things. Let's set our taxi route here. I'm pretty sure that we are going to be pushed back here somewhere. So we're going to use Alpha, Lima, Down to 1.5 right. That's I'm probably the
Okay,
shortest.
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Shortest taxi I've ever seen. I mean, I don't think I even need this one here to show me, but I'm going to keep it anyway, just because I like using AVS. Let's put the... I don't need that, honestly. Let's just set it to the after start procedure.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, let me see, where are we actually going? So let's look at true north. So we're going to be heading northwest. Alright. And we are United 1564 at stand Echo 7. Alright. Boston traffic, United 1564, pushback and engine start at stand Echo 7, facing northwest. Boston traffic. Alright, let me just get the brakes set here. There we go. And let's remove the parking brake.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
I won't. Let's start the engines when we are out here, because we need to see this. You need to see this. I want to show you. We're gotten a little bit more light now, so we should be able to see exactly how these engines look. And I can tell you, my opinion is that they are beautiful. I mean, as beautiful as engines can be. Do we have tailwind here? Can that be?
Welcome aboard. Before we depart, please remove the safety card from the seat pocket in front of you and follow along as we demonstrate the
They're still saying departure 15 right from Boston, so I'm going to rely on that.
attention to this important safety information. If you're seated in an exit row, you may be required to assist the crew in an emergency. If you're unable to perform the functions described on the safety card, please advise the flight attendant for reseat.
All right, let's just start. Make sure that we have bleed on, and yeah, we've done all of that. Let's start engine 1, engine 2, sorry. Let's go out and take a look.
Lift the buckle flap. When the seatbelt sign is illuminated, immediately be seated.
Enjoy.
To ensure your safety, your seatbelt should be fastened at all times.
There are 4 exit doors, 2 on each side of the airplane, and 4 window exits located on the wing. Each equipped with an evacuation line that automatically relays. Each exit is marked with a sign overhead. Main door is opened by moving a large handle in the direction of the arrow. Open the upgrade exit by removing the covers and pulling down on the marked handle. Be sure to jump into the slide with your legs in front of you. When you're on the ground, look away from the airplane. In the event of a water landing, main door slides can be attached to the airplane and used for supplemental flotation. While the wing exit should not be used in a water landing unless directed by emergency. Look around for locations
Whee!
to exit to your some cases, your will exit behind you.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, let's see how we are looking inside.
Flip it over your head. Pull the straps from the back and attach the hooks to the
Start
ring in
engine
front.
number 1.
Pull the waist straps away from you until you're tight with them.
Remove this for now.
Exit the airplane and only then place it back by pulling down sharply on one of the tabs.
Look at those details.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
United Airlines is not and frequent or time travel for public sector. But law also requires companies to notify all time, placards, and remember. Making sure your carry-on items stay ready to go. That's full operation. That's ready to go, and your seat on it.
Look at that. I mean, seriously? Let me show you something. Are you ready? Look at this. You can even see the little hydraulic rods inside pushing it out. Let me show you again. Notice it there. I mean, this is extreme. I mean, all right, let's look at the let's set the flaps to 1, set this reject takeoff there, and let's make sure to make ready to taxi. Everything else seems to be fine and dandy. All right, let's get the AVS up and let's do the after start checklist. Here, AV tab, toggle. So after start anti-ice, we don't need that. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim, I haven't done that. We don't need to do it here, but I'm going to do it anyway. Hello, 132. I hope that you're doing better.
The cabin is ready.
Let's see, up 0.2. There we go. Let's do a flight control check now that we're here. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder full left, rudder full right. Has these been reversed? Let me just check my controls here. Joystick. Yeah, it's reversed. Alright. Well, it's because it's user profile. Oh, why is it that? Let's go with the A320. My A320 profile. Yeah, that's more like it. Ah, that's good to hear, even though fever is still... Alright. There we go. After start, pitch trim set, rudder trim is still 0, so we're ready to roll. And we can just do the takeoff checklist, or takeoff check. There we go. Alright. Boston traffic, United 1564, taxi to runway 15 right, via Alpha and Lima, holding short 15 right. Boston traffic. It's going to be a very short trip here. So, but anonymous, you're going to 132. You're going to see the new CFM engines that Copilot Checklist has released. I can probably show them to you a little. I don't need this. Show them to you a little bit while we drive here. I can send you the link when we're up into cruise. But I have to say you, that man, he just keeps impressing. get it up to make sure that, yeah, I'm going the right way. Yeah, they are really, I mean, they are really good looking, his engines. And these are no exception. I can understand why he was a little took a little longer getting these out, because there is this fact about these pedal-shaped reversers. Probably a little bit harder to get working, but he certainly has. All right, let's ding the cabin. Let's set the parking. I just want to make sure that I have set the braking power. Yeah, regular brake strength to its lowest. All right, let's do the checklist. As the start, we did that. Flight control before takeoff. Ride controls has been checked. Flight instruments, they are all checked out. Let me turn the weather radar on and predictive wind shear on as well. I should have WX all, yes. Briefing is confirmed. We're going to use the lobster departure up to 5,000 feet and then continue up to our flight level of 360. V rotate, V1 is 153, V rotate 159, V2 161, flex temp is 41 degrees. And I've set the engine out acceleration to 1030. ATC is set because there's none. Let me just check just to be sure. Yeah, no one. ECAM memo, we have no blue. Perfect. Below the line, takeoff runway is 15 right. Cabin crew has been advised. TCAS, TRA set. Engine mode selector is norm and packs are on because we're doing a flex temp takeoff. That should be all. Let's turn on all the lights. And let me try something I haven't done. Let me see what happens when I do a general public address here.
From the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. Welcome on board our flight. We'll be departing soon and we're aiming for a smooth flight. Thanks for flying and we'll keep you informed of any changes as they happen.
Well, I guess that's a good thing. Alright. Boston traffic. United 1564, takeoff runway 15 right via the lobster departure to initially 5,000 feet, then flight level 360. Boston traffic. I am a little bit. Don't think I've ever heard his the FTSIM sounds for this engine here. Cabin ready, APU bleed. Oh, I forgot to turn on the APU. Then I probably also forget to turn this off from ignition. Yeah, I did. So now we have cabin ready, APU available, landing lights. That should be turned off in a little while. The APU available. A little bit sharp turn here. If I can do a reasonable lineup. Yeah, that is a reasonable lineup in my book. Alright. Stick a little bit forward. Up to 50%. In one. Oh, those sounds are definitely different. And they are settled up to flex. Man flex, SIS runway, auto throttle, auto thrust is blue. It's not throttle, it's thrust. That's nice sounds. 80 knots. Gradually reduce the stick pressure. And we are cooking. V1, hands off throttle. V rotate. Get in the air. Whoa, that was a quick positive climb. Gear up. Flyby. Let's go and look from in here. Throw this in climb mode. Our clean speed should be around 223. I'm just going to retract the slats at 230. Retracting slats. Alright, let's get back to the flight deck. Let's turn these lights off and set this to on. And remember to follow the flight director. And we're going to climb now to our cruising, which is... let's just say 340. I cannot remember whether it was 36 or 34. Oh, wow, that was a jump. There we go. I haven't found out yet how to stop it from zooming in and out, but I know people that use it, so I can ask them. So we're above the flight cover, the cloud cover. Yeah, we're above the flight cover. The flight is no longer covering us. Still hand flying it. This is such a breeze, hand flying. Alright, on this stretch here we can get another flyby to look at those engines. Thereabout. Well, it's not much we got to see of the engines, but we can remedy that. So we're going to take a little bit of a funny swivel around. You can already see the route there.
feet, you may now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. This is also a reminder to you
Not
to
exactly.
fast while you're seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatory. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. You will be required to pay a small fee if you wish to access it. We do offer complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi and you will be able to access our wide range of free live TV and paid movies library.
Alright, let's increase speed. Now we're heading out for a roughly sort of 2-hour flight. Yeah, sure. Let me just enable the autopilot here. Let me see. If I'm not mistaken, you are on the Discord, aren't you? 132. I'll put them in there as well, just not to make the bot here unhappy. I just set up the night bot, so I'm not sure how well it behaves in general here. Let's see, screenshot modding. I cannot remember his, let me just, 2 seconds. Alright, that's how we spell it. And then these engines here, the CFMs. Alright, so now they should all be, all the 4 engines that I have, they should be listed under the modding section under explain in the Discord. So let me see, CFM LEAP 1A, Pratt & Whitney 1100G, that's the Neo engines. Then we have the IAE V2500, that's the one of the CEOs, and then we have the CFM 56-5B engines, that is also the CEO, so they should all be there. Let's take a look at those engines, shall we? And maybe turn down the volume a little bit, I'm not sure. Let's see. Go outside. That's a screenshot. I mean, look at those engines. Look at those minute details that, I mean, you can see the rivets themselves in here. And the most insane thing about this is that they are free. They are free. But I would highly recommend that if you can do it, then please go. He has a page somewhere. Maybe I can give you the link for that. If you want to, please buy him a cup of coffee or something like that. See if I can find that link somewhere. Because, I mean, these engines, they are insanely detailed. Also, when you look inside it here, you can see the struts holding up the outer part of the I cannot remember the name, and then the inner part here with the turbine, the jet turbine, and the outer fans. I mean, so now we have a full complement of Carl engines rocking here. Alright, let's get back to the flight deck because I want to make sure that I selected the right... Oh, that's the outside. Oh, yeah. That's right, I forgot that. Yeah, we did that little swivel around. Let me see. Unit... Yeah, 340. Alright, so I did actually select the right altitude. Let me see what its performance is. Progress is suggested 294. Alright, so that's the optimal. It's certainly above the optimal. Probably should go no further than 300, but let's see, where are we? 22. Alright, let me get the standard up here. Let's just say 300. And then change it to step up if we need it. Ground spoilers are on. Let me disarm those. And it seems to be reasonable now, so let's turn off the seatbelt signs as well. Set this to 1 now. Alright.
The flight crew has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. You cannot get up and move around the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when you receive unexpected turns.
So here's the link. Feel free to use it, feel free to not use it. I mean, I have. I couldn't give much, but I could give a little, so. I think he's, I mean, I quite literally honestly think that Javal should, I don't know, should enter some kind of corporation, maybe even get hired by Solis to make their engines a part of it. I mean, he really deserves to get paid for that incredible job that he's done. Alright, so now we are on our way. Let's go back here and look at the engines while we fly. I mean, why not? So we can also do it over here. Even though everything we're seeing right now is, let me see if I can find a bit of better. Whoa, no, I didn't want to go down. Let's see if I can find a better spot to look at those engines here. Let me see if I can figure out what the name. Yeah, I'll look it up somewhere. I need to ask someone how I can use that plugin without constantly having the camera zoom in and out. And also, if you want to use the same plugin here, you need to have Python installed, Python 3. There's a very well described way of installing it when you look up the page, but it is called, if you search for Explain 4 Seasons, it should be there. Like I said, you get this control panel here. You can set it to always, meaning that it won't just load it automatically. It will ask you, do you want to reload it? And the thing is that these here are loaded as textures, meaning that they will, I mean, it's like if you reload the scenery, it will do this basically the same thing. So like I said, it's not as fluent. It's not just, it doesn't have it automatically, just like it does with Xenviro. But then again, Xenviro doesn't officially support their seasons changes, and like I said, these gives this doesn't give these weird issues where you have where you had snow patches where you on top of buildings and people. I mean, buildings perhaps of people or vehicles, and it looked a little bit weird. We don't have that here, but then again, it is something I've set it to just load it like I would expect it. So right now I set it to winter with patchy snow. I'll keep it at that until I get an idea that it should be just be winter, or for that matter spring. I mean, so and this works with Vulcan. The Xenviro seasons does not. So see if I can find the name of that plugin I put in scripts. Oh yeah, B2 volume control. The question has been asked. They are a little bit, but this might as well just be lighting issues with X-Plane or Xenviro stuff. I don't know, but I mean, these engines here, they look so freaking good. There is one thing I've heard that people have said that they wondered a little bit about, and that was, why are the contrails gray, or they seem to have a wrong color, but they actually don't. And you can check it by doing something like this. Contrails are now white. If we go up, contrails are now gray. It depends on a little bit on the contrast of what you see and how you see it, the lighting, how it's reflected. And some people showed me a couple of images taken from a plane of another plane flying. And there you could actually see that the contrails, they were gray, grayish, if I will. Sure. And maybe you, I mean, if you can't, then you can see it on YouTube afterwards. You can also see it on Twitch actually, but Twitch only saves it a week. YouTube saves it, I don't know, supposedly forever. I don't know. Alright, so while we're up here, let's do the checklist. So after takeoff, landing gear is up, flaps are fully retracted, packs are on, they're never off, and barrel ref is set to standard for both. So we're flying nicely away here.
Starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in the seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional menu items, please hit the flight attendant call button at any time, and we'll be over shortly to assist.
I'm not sure I can make that. I don't even know where Gimhae Airport is. Looks like something in Vietnam or that area. So we are a little bit far away from there. Oh, and you too, by the way, 132, I forgot to say sorry. You too, have a nice day and stay safe. I mean, get well soon. Sounds like you've gotten a really bad example of COVID there. Alright, but since it's a little bit past 12 here, I will actually go get myself, yeah, like it says down there, a little bit of lunch. So let's go. I'm going to get myself a little bit of lunch. Well, not actually lunch, it's yeah, it is lunch. It's not dinner, it's lunch. Yeah, I'll be back in 10-15 minutes, something like that, I suppose. It's not going to be the big menu. It's just going to be a couple of pieces of rye bread, which we eat a lot of here in Denmark. So it's a Danish specialty. Well, it's not really a Danish specialty because they have it in Germany as well. But it's my understanding that the Americans, for example, they don't tend to eat rye breads the same sort of way we do. Not sort of, I mean, we eat it like most other people eat bread, but how much? I mean, we eat it almost every day, so it's sort of a stable food source for most Scandinavians. Let me just check I wanted to check the fuel prediction here. So 5.9, alright, that's fine. We have enough there, that's good. Shall we try to get a prediction for the so the route is just DPA, so that must be sort of direct DPA, so let's go to flight plan. I don't know if that did anything. Yeah, it did. So, perfect. Alright, let me pop this out so you can see how we are going here while I make my food. Get your progress, and then you can follow along here to see Let me see, when are we expecting? So 14:42 and it's 12:35, so in a couple of hours we should be landing at O'Hare International Airport. Alright, I will go get my food and be happy. Alright, I'll see you around. Alrighty, righty. Back again with you. Alright, let's go back to the flight deck and see if we cannot, yeah, let's just go up to 340. You know what? Let's go in here and do something else. Let's set it to 300 instead. Now we're at the cruising level. Alright. Oh. We have a faulty pump. That was low pressure. Try to turn it on, see what it says. Low, yeah, so it must be faulty. Let's just turn that off. Alright, our first fault. So we have dealt with that, let's clear it. So now you can see our in-up system is left tank, pump 1. So let's hope we don't lose any more tanks, otherwise this could turn out to be a rather interesting flight when we need to do a diversion. So yeah. Turn this to the weather radar and go out a little bit further, shift over to just have airports open in case we need to do a diversion. It's nice to know. Then my trusted co-pilot over here, me, me and my co-pilot, me. We can fly a little bit. All right, so let's check the fuel prediction now. It should have given us a little bit more, perhaps. Let me see. 5.7. It's still fine. I mean, I did put a little bit extra in, so you know. I'm not sure how to interpret this. Hopefully it doesn't take that. I mean, it'd be impressive if we could fly from 1440 UTC to 0006 UTC and only spend 400 kilograms of fuel. I think that I'm pretty sure that timing may be 6 minutes more or something like that. I don't know. It seems a little bit insane to be able to fly that long without spending a set amount of fuel. So yeah, these Carter Joval engines, I have to say, guys, I mean, like, I want to say that if you have ever considered donating anything to me because you just think that I'm such a top nice guy and such a swell fellow, then of course I would like for you to do it. But I would rather say something like, if you have ever considered donating money to me because I'm doing a good job here streaming and you like to see what I'm doing, then if you use Carter's engine mods, I will definitely implore you to go and donate just a little bit, like I've heard on another stream. Buy the man a cup of coffee. I mean, that's all. Nothing more than that. And that's it. So it's just to show the appreciation for the amount of work that he has done, and trust me, when I have spent a little bit time both making models in 3D Studio Max, and I just got started on Blender, and I can tell you from the look of those engines and comparing to what we get from payware engines, I mean payware products, he has put a heck of a lot of time and effort into those engines. I mean, it is insane how much he has put into them. I'm utterly impressed. So if you're considering using his engines, then please also consider donating money to the guy, just to show him that you really appreciate the work that he's done. Like I said, if you would like to donate money to me as well, then you should be very welcome. I can tell you this much, that if any of you go that way, and you want to sort of have interest in donating, I don't know, a couple of bucks or anything like that to me, it doesn't have to be much, then I will put. Well, you could put it like this. It wouldn't really be a donation to me per se. Some of it might, because I mean, like I told you, I also have a wife to consider, that I need to sort of convince that sitting in front of the computer, playing games, and showing to people, it is actually worth something. And to her, it is money, because she doesn't understand the rest of it. So, and she doesn't care either. So there's that. But I would put it like, I would put it like this: if any of you would like to give me a monthly donation of what amounts to about 1,000 Danish kroner, so that would probably be something like, I don't know, $100, something like that, thereabout, a lot. Then I'd be fine. I mean, I wouldn't. It would be completely okay. Then just come with the money, and I can show them to my wife, and she would be, hey, then just sit there, don't mind me. But I would put it like this. What I would like, and my intentions are, that if you donate money to me, to the channel, then you donate those money to the channel, and they will go into, if you want me to showcase some new stuff that I cannot get sort of given, or whatever you want to call it, donated by producers, for example Thrustmaster or something like that. If they want to donate equipment that I can showcase on my channel to show you how I feel about it, then those money that you donate to me will go into that, to sort of surplus on top of that. But what I would rather you do than donate money sort of here and there is to donate something that in general won't cost you anything, at least not directly. That's your time. That is what I would really like, because with your time I can apply for affiliation with Twitch. Affiliation means that I can earn a little bit of money, I don't think it's much, by putting ads or stuff like that on my stream, and that will create some kind of steady income for me, at least, which I think is much more valuable to my wife, at least, to show her than the sort of intermittent donation here and there. And then again, I mean, unless it's sort of like you're going to donate 500, 700 bucks or anything, dollars or anything like that, then obviously she would be very happy. But other than that, I mean, that would be much more. And for me personally, it's not so much the money that I can make. The money I can make on being affiliated is nice. I mean, it's just it's nice to know that I can do something I really like to do, and that I in some cases feel that I'm at least a little bit good at, and at the same time I can make a living out of it. I can actually make money that my family can live for. So that is also one consideration to take, and that is what you can help me gain by giving me your time, being here, watching my streams, interacting with me, and to be completely honest, that is also what I'm here for. That is what I would like much more than the occasional donation, or just, I mean, also becoming a Twitch affiliate. I mean, I am much more interested in having the view counts. That means that I can have an interaction with you guys. That is really what I'm here for. Because I can certainly, like, I mean, I am, so that the game itself, I'm happy and fine and dandy with playing it for myself, flying for myself, maybe making the occasional video. But the reason why I am here, the reason why I am doing this is to share this with you. And the best way I feel I share it with you is to have an interaction with you, that you are in the chat, that you're interacting with me, that we are talking about basically anything. What's going on? What do we like at planes? I mean, anything at all. Even if you want to, I mean, sort of my little pet thing, right? my little diploma on the wall. If you want to talk about astronomy or astrophysics, anything, almost anything goes. There are certain things, obviously, about my private life that I would like to keep private. But other than that, you can basically ask me anything, and then I'll let you know if I want to answer it or not. So I don't think I have the big secrets to keep. So don't worry about that. And again, I would like to sort of think that I'm nearing now the 60, must be 60, about 60 followers, I think it is, on Twitch. Which I would like to state just very clearly for you, I am immensely grateful for the support in that context my channel have had in I wouldn't even say relatively, because not relatively, it's really a really short amount of time. I know there are guys and girls, particularly one girl out there, who got an incredible amount of followers very, very shortly. But she is also good at what she does, so there's that. But for me personally, when I started my Twitch channel, I think I had about 3 or 5 followers or something like that. And I had that for quite a bit of time. And then I gradually switched over to flying sims like this. And then suddenly things started to happen. My channel started to grow. I got a heck of a lot of followers relatively in a short amount of time. And I'm now I think it's about 60 or something like that. Let me take a look. Yeah. 61 followers on Twitch. So I'm very grateful for that. Don't ever get me wrong about that. But I have to say, with 61 followers and streams on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, so that's four streams a week. It should be possible to have at least 3 of those 61 followers come and watch my channel every time, preferably more. And the reason is why I'm mentioning 3 is that the only thing I'm missing right now in order to get affiliate status, not partnership, but affiliate status with Twitch, is an average view count of, well, hello clouds, of 3 followers. 3 followers per month it must be, so 3 followers per 30 days or something like that. An average of 3 followers, 3 viewers. An average of 3 viewers in 6 months. Sorry, in 30 days. In 30 days, I mean, that should be doable with about 61 followers. That is less than 10%, right? Let me see, what is 10% of 60? That's 6, right? So let me see. Yeah, that's 6. So to sort of straight out, 3 viewers of 61 followers, that is roughly 5%. So I would argue that it should be impossible for me to engage 5% of my 61 followers on a daily basis, and yet it doesn't seem to be happening. And I know some of you have suggested me that I should do giveaways and stuff like that. I'm all for giveaway, guys. I'm all for, let's say that I get the ability to get the Thrustmaster Captain Edition for myself, and the Thrustmaster and also the Thrustmaster First Officer Edition. Let's say that I get that for the Airbus, because that's mostly what I'm flying. And let's say that that happens from donation from you guys. If that is the case, if I can get enough donations to, for example, get the Captain's Edition pack and the First Officer Edition pack, then I would happily do a giveaway with the first office of that First Officer Edition pack. No doubt about that. Another case could be, because you would say, well, do you need to get anything from it for yourself? It's only because I would like to have the Captain Edition pack that I'm mentioning that. Let's say, for instance, that I get enough money that you think that we should do a giveaway of a yeah, let's just say that you donate enough money to the channel that I can do a giveaway of the Tolis A319, for example, or the A321. then I wouldn't say, well, I want to have an A319 before I donate it away. So, so that would be doable, but I have to be completely honest with you. That is just the way things are right now. I don't have, my family, we don't have that kind of money that I can spend, let's say for instance, $70, $80 on a giveaway on my channel. I simply cannot. That's just how things are right now. And again, the more money you can help me get into the channel. And again, I'm not talking about donations here. Not necessarily. Donations are fine. Donations are good. Donations are good, for example, if we need to raise money relatively quickly for a giveaway, or if you think that I should have some extra hardware, better hardware in my rig, then that's fine. We can use donations for that. But long term, like I said, if you want to give me the ability to... Now let me phrase it like this. The more money you can help me gain on my channel, the more money you can help me put back into the channel. Let's put it like that. Let's say, for instance, just for an example, that I could raise $50 monthly. $50 by donations, by being affiliated with Twitch, whatever it takes, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Let's say about $50. That is, let me try to calculate that. It's about 7, isn't it? Yeah, let's say $100 then. Yeah, about $100. Let's say that you could help me raise $100, $200 monthly by donations, by gaining me into the affiliate program. It doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter where the money comes from. But if I can show my wife, hey, I can provide a steady income of $80. Let's say, let's say about $200, $300, something like that. Then it would be more possible for me to have a part of that money going back into the channel. And that's why I'm sort of trying to have it it's a little bit split up, that donations will primarily go back into the channel. Donations are for things that we're doing with the channel, and my income on the channel is going to be what I can gain from being a partner. Now, just like always, I mean, there might be times where I need to put a little bit of the donation money into the other bank, but might also be times when I can do the opposite, put a little bit of my own personal income, whatever you want to call it, bank into the donation box, and then say we have something a little bit more here. That all depends on, well, I hate to say it, but it really depends on you guys. It depends on you in the sense that if you come here every time or almost every time I stream, and again, it's going to be primarily, I will say, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And it's primarily going to be in what is considered the morning hours for me. So that would be around 9 Zulu to about 2 p.m. Zulu, maybe 3 p.m., something like that. That's sort of the time span we're talking about here. Alright, enough talk about money. I'm still a little bit confused about that. Oh, let's see progress. Let's see 319. All right, so we can certainly go to flight level 320. So United 15. What the heck is my name? I forgot. Oh no. Let's see. 1564. United 1564, climbing to flight level 320 at Echo Whiskey Charlie. I don't think there's a lot of people around us, but I like to say it anyway. Check it to see. No, we have a Delta airline in another state, so that's it. Where are we flying right now? We're flying in Cleveland. Okay. And then we enter Chicago. Airspace, that is, obviously. Alright, so one fault. Luckily, relatively minor fault. One lost. We lost one. Had a fault on one fuel pump. But let's see. We can certainly lose more stuff down the road in this relatively old bird here. So we'll see. And I can tell you this much. So I have been contemplating that. I've been talking with myself over and over and over and over again about it. Would I prefer to get, and I know get because it's a reasonable amount of money that I would need to spend on it, but try to sort of follow my thoughts here. Would I prefer to spend, I think it's about $200 thereabout, on the Honeycomb Bravo throttle quadrant, and then I think it's about $80 more or thereabout to get the Airbus insertions, so the Airbus sort of sticks that you can put in. The advantage here would be I would have a throttle that I could specifically suit for general aviation. I would have a throttle that I could specifically suit for Boeing aircrafts, and I would have and 4-engine Boeing aircraft, so both 2 and 4 engine. And I would then have a suit that a setup that I could specifically suit for flying Airbus, with the Airbus edition that you can stick. It's also 4-engine, so it would work seamlessly with something like the A340. The disadvantage, it's about $200, €200, maybe more dollars. There are no detents. And like I said, if it's 200, it's actually about $300 if we count the Airbus extension thing with it. So there's that. Or should I spend about $180 thereabout? I think it is. Oh, it's €180. I cannot remember exactly. On the I think it was about 180, maybe 190. On the Thrustmaster. Oh yes, just to mention, with the Bravo throttle quadrant, I would not get a stick, so I would have to use my stick that I have here, meaning that I would have to revert this to a left-hand stick. That was the whole idea. Or the other option, should I get, I think it's about $200 thereabout, 190. 180 thereabout. The Thrustmaster Captain Edition pack, where I get a stick. Albeit it's the same stick I have here, just in another package, another color, basically. I get a throttle quadrant with all the bells and whistles, bells and whistles to handle specifically a 2-engine aircraft, but an aircraft. An Airbus aircraft. But initially only for 2 engines, and if I wanted to add 2 more engines, I would have to buy another throttle quadrant. I couldn't just get an update, another throttle quadrant, and stick them together. And I've seen people do that, and I mean, I have a big hand, but I would sort of think that I would be it wouldn't be likely for me to be able to push these 4 levers with the distance between them and the size equally amount up in order to reach. But it's an option. And the most important part is that throttle quadrant does have detents, so real detents that you can feel when you move the throttle around. Instead of, as I have to do now, I need to listen in the game in order to figure out how it's going, where I am. So, I mean, the TOLUSes, they are very they have distinct sounds. They're easily heard. But it's only when I got the sounds for the FTSIM sounds for the A350 that I could actually hear where the detents were. Alright, guys, I need to take a short lavatory break. I'll be right back with you. All right, the captain is now back from the flight, back to the flight deck, not from the flight deck, to the flight deck. Hope that nothing serious didn't happen, no more faults, hopefully, while I was gone. So, while we are still flying and there's still a little bit of time, I guess, before, it was about a half an hour before we're at the top of descent. I think it is, no, about an hour. All right, so we have an hour to spend together. So let me show you something. Because some of you may be wondering if I have given up completely on Star Citizen. And I would like to emphasize such a question with a very distinct, heartfelt and direct answer: no, I have not. But let me give you, and if you haven't heard already, let me give you an insight into where we are standing right now with the newest patch. But there's one thing I would like to check out. I'm going to go into Galak and look into trading. That didn't give me much. Let me see, there's Galak, then there is trade. Let's see, trade tools. What do they say? Alright, so I just looked it up. As of now, it doesn't seem like there are any news about where scrap trading is standing. But let me put it like this. For me, mining is still not feasible the way I want to mine, when the rocks that I can find in the Aron Halo or similar places aren't as valuable as the average rock you can find on planet surfaces. I don't want to mine on rocks on planet surface. I don't like mining on planet surfaces. I think it's annoying. I much prefer mining in space. But let's see. So some of the known issues that we have right now in 3.16.1 is it is possible that some servers may stop updating their missions offering. If you persist, try leaving the server waiting and get back. I don't have that problem. So attempting to log back into ship bed may result in a long loading screen before being synced back to the main menu with error 309. This issue may require keep attempting to rejoin the PU over and over to get in. This is a tough issue. We are tracking errors to track down the cause. Alright. Players will experience positional desync with one another after they have died and respawned. Many mineable asteroids can be scanned. Many. That's the sort of the right. Something about spawn closets, not so relevant for me. Ships sometimes won't appear in the VMA, the vehicle manager app, until you spawn them and respawn them. Logging out from the Reliant ship bed and back in will cause the Reliant to be in a flight mode and the players stuck inside the ship's sleeping area. You cannot repair, refuel, restock at LEOs. That's the, I think, as far as I've been told, the LEO is low Earth orbit. But what I've been told is that it is the stations above the cities. So it's Virginia Point, it's Everest Harbor, it's Port Tressler, and also now Port Olisar, perhaps? I don't know. Then we have ships may despawn after player death instead of staying at its last location. Yeah, that depends on where they despawn to, because if they just despawn into nothingness, then it certainly is an issue. Hammerhead door turrets may not open for players if they leave the sea during QG travel limits. I don't know. But that thing about with many mineable asteroids can be scanned. Many. So what the heck am I going to mine then? Ship shield, delayed changes, quantum travel, polish, weapons and items, bug fixes. They've certainly fixed a lot of bugs, but I mean, mining, that's primarily what I want to do. And the issue I have with trading right now in Star Citizen is that there are no good routes between stations. And with stations I mean RNRs, and I mean those planet side stations. That would be the ideal route, I would say, for something like the one I have, the M2. Sorry, the C2, the Hercules C2 Starlifter. That would be that kind of trading. And if scrap trading is still broken, I mean, I don't know what the heck else I'm going to do in it. And that's the real issue. The real issue for me in Star Citizen right now is that I don't know what I should do inside of it. Because it seems that all the things I like to do, they're still broken as heck. They're broken as shit. And so people always say, well, why don't you do bounty hunting missions? You can earn a lot of money. Because I am apparently one of those rare breeds that find combat, Star Citizen combat in general, boring. Just plain boring. I don't find it to be fun to swooping around in my little fighter and trying to take out other little fighters or something like that. I don't play Star Citizen to get excitement or tension or action. I don't give a frag about it. What I want to do in Star Citizen is to jump into my trader ship, my hauler. What I would ideally like to do, let's put it like this, what I would ideally like to do is to jump into my hauler, pick up a mission, fill it up with some kind of cargo, and deliver that cargo to somewhere else. Where I land, where I stop, pick up a contract there, take the cargo to where they want it, have this little route taking me around the system. And that could also occasionally be to take it down to the surface. That would be fine. I mean, it's not like I'm completely against going to the surface and up again, but I just want something interesting to do. And right now, trading seems to be problematic. And the reason, right now, I would say that if you are a piracy kind of person, you want to do piracy, you want to be a pirate, you would be screwed in Star Citizen right now. But let's say that you are wanting to become a pirate, but instead, until you can become a pirate, until you can do piracy, you're just aiming to fly around and kill people off, and preferably traders, because they are often big and slow and they are not well armed or armored. So you can, even though the C2 is pretty well armored and armed actually, but other than that. And right now I would say my opinion is that those kind of people have an advantage over outposts that I don't think should be there. And that's the way the law system is set up at the moment. Because a pirate today, in Star Citizen right now, let's say we have a pirate, they blow up something, they get a crime stat, they either get sent to prison or hack their crime stat, and then they go back to being a normal, law-abiding citizen again. Except for the fact that they're still a pirate, but the system recognizes them as a law-abiding citizen as everyone else. And they can keep repeating that. They can shoot up some trader, cleanse their crime stat, and then go back doing the exact same thing again without any repercussions other than said. What I would like to happen is that they get some kind of rap sheet, and I know that in Star Citizen they're going to emphasize it as your reputation. I don't care what they call it, but what I would like to happen is that if you do piracy, if you blow up traders just because it's fun and giggles and you want to see salt, basically being a jerk online, then you can do that. But the first time you do it and you get a crime stat that sort of validates you as a bounty that can be hunted and eventually put into prison, whether you go to prison or whether you hack your crime stat, your crime stat should function as kind of a warrant of arrest. You can remove your warrant of arrest so that the police, what are they called? The authorities, they won't try to catch you, and you no longer has a bounty on your head. You no longer have a bounty on your head, but your reputation, your rep sheet, you can't hack that. Because that means that even though you have removed the crime stat, your warrant of arrest, you'll still be figuring to anyone else as a known pirate. You are a known pirate that apparently hasn't done anything wrong yet. In the short term, we know that you at some point has done something wrong because you have that rumor, that reputation, but you haven't done anything wrong right now. You're not warranted. So, because right now as it is, these pirates, like I said, they can blow up someone, and the thing is that they can wait. They can just land at an outpost and wait, and the people, the traders coming there to buy, I was almost going to say groceries, but coming there to buy commodities, have no idea whatsoever, no chance in hell to see that they might be walking into a trap. They have absolutely no idea, no way of seeing that what is parked down there, those 3-4 ships, are actually pirates waiting. First and foremost, if known pirates landed at an outpost, they should be shot to hell. They should be shot to pieces right away. No questions asked. But just like known pirates, if they sat, if they laid, what do you call it? If they docked at a governmental controlled harbor, if they sailed, if known pirates sailed into a harbor that was controlled by governments, by the authorities, they would first and foremost probably be shot to hell, shut down, sunk. But if they didn't, they would be captured and hung, executed. I'm not saying that they necessarily should be executed, but if known pirates were to land at an outpost in Star Citizen, they should be shot to hell. It should be enough that the guys seeing they landed inside the stations rung the authorities and said, "Hello, we have a couple of known pirates out here. Could you please come and remove them?" And they'll do that. All the outposts would have some kind of armament that they could use themselves to shoot down the pirates. Because in my opinion, it is completely unfair and unbalanced that they can land at an outpost seemingly fine, I have no way of distinguishing them between distinguishing between pirates that haven't got a crime stamp or other traders. So that's sort of my beef right now with Star Citizen. I feel that right now what I want to do is extremely hard to do. And I know that people say, well, you can just get good, you can get an escort or anything like that. And I have to agree with someone who wrote a post on one of the, it's just not going to happen, right? There's no way in hell that traders are going to get an escort every time they go trade. Not a chance. Maybe if they're going to haul something extremely valuable, but else, no, come on. And it should be possible, relatively unharmed, to trade, to haul some of these less valuable materials around without constantly having to look over your shoulder. And also, the way Star Citizen has been set up right now, the way all of the things they work, they are basically making me the kind of player I don't want to be. Let me see what the KORD has to say. Oh, now it's 10 cents. So what did I put in? 28 cents. Alright, so let's change that. Arrival. 10 cents. Still the week. No via. But we're coming from inside. So yeah, it is making me the kind of player I don't want to be, by very simply put, I would like to be that kind of player that shows new guys around. I would like to be that player that when someone asks me to show him the ropes and show him his ships and all, show him my ships and all that, I want to do that. I want to say, sure, come aboard, man, take a look. But the fact of the matter is, the way Star Citizen is right now, I don't know who the heck I'm dealing with. So I have to be constant on guard, constantly trying to keep people away, keep them at bay with me, and I don't trust anyone. And I don't want to be the player that runs around and acts like that. That's, in my opinion, the prelude to a very toxic player environment, an environment where it's dog eat dog and no one trusts no one unless they know them for real. And that is, in my opinion, one of the issues that CIG needs to deal with right now in Star Citizen. Make it so that we have an incentive to trusting each other. Make the balancing of the game in such a way that we can trust each other to a certain extent, or at least it should be very clear who we can possibly trust and who we can possibly not trust. Again, looking into the reputation, do you have sort of a reputation for being violent and aggressive and killing and stealing and all that, then I probably wouldn't let you aboard my ship in any case. But if you were the kind of guy that just had sort of neutral or positive status with the authorities, I would be much more inclined to say, sure, I'll show you around. Because I know if that guy does something to, kills me or steals my ship or anything like that, I know for a fact that he will get the same marker that as the rest of them. And I would be, next time he comes, I could say, no. Forget about it, you know? You're a known pirate. I don't deal with known pirates. Bye-bye. So that's not an option for me right now, meaning that I have to go around and be extremely suspicious about anyone I meet. And I don't like that. I don't want to become that person, so yeah. I don't know, man. It's just... And also I have to admit, I have been burned out a little bit on Star Citizen. Not because there was nothing for me to do there, more because what I wanted to do wasn't really available to me. So, to progress. Let's just go to flight level 340, I don't know. United 1564, approaching Goner, climbing to flight level 340. That was nice. Alright, let's see, I got an answer for something. Let me see what that is. Announcements. Oh, that's mine. Oh, it's here. Let's see. You should place your mouse over the volume arrow and scroll. It should soon appear. Let's see, the volume arrow is there. Yeah, the thing is, it does. I mean, I just tried it and you saw it. You are my witnesses. Witnesses. And like I said in the last stream, I don't want to play other games with you guys. I want to give you a little bit more broader perspective of what goes on inside the head of Michael Hansen than just flying around. But right now, I am just enjoying this so freaking much. Enjoying flying. I love it. I think it's so perfect. There's no strife. There's no competition. There's no guns blazing or anything like that. It's just relaxing, and if anything, it's more like a giant cooperation between all the pilots. We help each other out instead of trying to ram each other. Yes, I know there's the occasional jerk or troll trying to make it horrible for anyone, but I mean, there's that in any kind of game. And in here, I mean, you can be annoying, but you cannot really ruin it for anyone, because you can't destroy their aircraft by ramming it. You're just going straight through. So I don't know. I mean, it's the way it is. Just making a little bit of a commercial for myself here on another channel. Alright, so a little bit of a commercial. Let's get a flyby. Let's take a look at those engines again. Should we? Shall we? Here they are. One of the one of the first things you'll notice with Carter's engines is that you can see straight through them. I mean, I am utterly impressed. Alright, so there was a voice server timeout. I need to log in and log back again. There we go. I am so utterly impressed with what Carter has made with these engines here. And now we have the full range, right? Now we have the Carter Javal IE engines. We have the Carter Javal CFM engines of the classic engine option. And then we have the Carter Javal Neo options of the Leaps and the Pratt & Whitneys. So we have the full range right now. And I'm just utterly impressed with what he has achieved with these engines here. I mean, look at when we zoom into them. Let's get really close. Like this. Look at this. Caution. Make sure the fan cowl doors are fully latched when closed. There's sort of a warning of where you can get in trouble, so 15 feet all the way around the front and behind. Warning, stand clear of hazard areas while engine is running. Start valve handle access, pressure relief door. Hoist point. Phone jack. I mean, seriously. This is insane. And if we zoom in, we can almost count all of these little rivets here that's put in. I mean, Carter, if you're watching this, you have outdone yourself once again, man. This is insane. And yes, if you're watching, let me say right away, I have donated a cup of coffee, or maybe a little bit more than a cup of coffee to you. You have freaking deserved it, man. You have. I mean, look, I am freaking impressed. Should we give it a little bit more sound? See where we are with respect to the top of the center. Oh, it's there. All right, so let's get some information that we need. Here we can remove all of that from KBOS. We don't need that anymore from Boston. And we need to search for KORD instead. Chicago O'Hare, yes, please. Let's see, arrival, and we were arriving with the Wick. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Wick. We're already here. Let's see, do we have any altitude constraints there? See. Doesn't look like it really. Not that I can see, at least. So we already come here. We've flown over Cover, approaching Royco, and then Vic. How do you say that? And Boone, Hanny, Kaito, Pink, Monks, Giorgio, Possum. How the heck did you come up with these names? Okay. Enough of that. We enjoy the approach because it's really good looking. I love flying into Chicago every time, especially coming here from the coastal area. The best place to come in is up here from this part here, but we unfortunately cannot do that right now. So that was we're going to use wake 5, and then we're going to land at on arrival approach, or was it 10 center? I'm pretty sure it was 10 center. Vector ILS 10 center. Let me reload it once just to see if it changed. No, still 10 center. Yeah, and like I said, one of the things I really enjoy about flying around in the US is that you have oh, that's just sort of a general announcement. Let's find 10 center then. ILS. Nine. 10 center. No, that's 10 left. 10 center. Alright, let's see. The entrance here is entrance altitude. But we start all the way out of 9,000 and then we slowly fly away in, but it's 2,300 in sort of the final part. Starting at Barrow, we should be 8,000 at Barrow, so Barry, sorry. So let's set it to 8,000. There we go. And let's put some of the data that we need to have into the box. So let's go to performance. Clear that. So let me get the real life data here. What do we have? Oh, this is just too cumbersome. Let me just get it from X-Enviro. It's a lot of text here. Chord. So let's see, what do we have? We have what? 1 statute mile. Snow. Alright, light snow. Interesting. Cold. Alright, so there's 3014. Put that in. Let me just put that in here as well. There we go, temp -4. So when is this? This was made 10:51. So that's 11:51. That cannot be 10:51 Zulu. That's extremely old. What about this one? This is from 12:23 special. Alright, let's see. 3017. I put in 3014. Let's put in the 3017 then. Let's see what not X-Enviro. Batsim says.
In a few moments, we will be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back
That's
for a list of
1223. Why is
complimentary
this
premium drinks are available for a small charge.
so
If you
old?
wish to make an additional purchase, we only accept credit
Oh,
cards.
let's see. It says 1223, 350, 12 knots. 3/4 statute mile. Oh my freaking god. -6. And 350, 12. Transition level is the same. Jesus freaking Christ. Yeah, 3017. So let's use that. I don't know why this is so old. Let's see, the decision height here was 100 or 769 on the MDA, so let's put in, let's try, I'm going to try to put 100 decision height in instead now and see what happens. And 148, I want to come in a little bit slower, so I'm going to use 140. 140. 146. All right. Turn terrain mode on. Do we have weather? Yeah, we do have weather. Alright, so let me go over here. I forgot to do something when we flew, but let's get this down to below and let's set this to 5 below instead. See if we can. That probably won't make any difference, but I'll do it anyway. Alright, let's put in a fix point. We can do it now. Royco fix info. It was 10 center. Let's see what the opposite is going to be exactly. No, not shots. The airport. Let's get the airport shot up and cooking. Airport info here. Oh. Tent center is interesting that they call this for tent center. It's not in the center in any case, but the opposite is 273, so let's put that in 273. There we go. Probably over the, no, not exactly, but close enough. Top of descent, but I still have it in the, that detent, yes. What was the name of it? Week 1? Week what? Oh, we do have one centered on 04 right. What is that? 3,400. Hopefully we can get our landing west after Cluso. What the heck is, oh, that's Cluso there. So they probably want to vector you like that. I'm just going to follow this out. It's not a problem. Decelerate, alright. See, what was the name of this one? Week 5. Chicago traffic. United 1564, descending to 8,000 feet via the week 5 arrival, inbound wireless runway 10 center. Chicago traffic. Alright, let's perform the descent. So where are we? We are approaching Boone. Do we have any constraints here actually? No, I don't see any constraints. So. Probably need to employ a little bit of a speed brake here in order to get it down fast enough, because we're probably a little bit below the line, below the what's it called? The profile. Let me see. Is it progress? You can see it in. Yeah. and follow along, see when we when I need to release the speed brakes. Let's put it over here somewhere. Alright, let's remove the speed brakes now. Don't think we need them anymore. Alright, here comes the big question. Can I do a good landing today? Would that be possible for me? Or will it be a crash landing just like always? Who knows? We'll see. Probably will be a crash landing. Alright, now we are certainly gaining on the profile, so we don't need to speed brakes out anymore. Above profile. Well, it should catch that up pretty quickly. And now I should have a line from the runway there. I can use that to vector myself in. That's why I made it. Do we have anyone else nearby, actually? Yeah, we have a couple of guys, but I'm not sure whether they are airborne. What is he going to do? British Airways, he's going going from Las Vegas to Gatwick. Holy moly, in a 747-400. Squawk 2200. Well, each to their own, I guess. Well, wait a second. I cheated here a little bit. Let me correct that. Because I have actually put in a cap of... Alright, I'm apparently 350. 5 knots. There we go. I've put in a cap of 5 knots to show you. Because I'm not very good at landing yet. So 5 knots. But I do get wind shear. So we're slowly following the profile down. And then we're going to end up at 8,000 feet, and then we're going to swivel around and do it direct to Bailey or whatever the name was. And then we're going to follow that profile in until we can capture the ILS on 10 center. And then I can show you these freaking beautiful engines once again. Alright, since we have snow, I think I'm going to go for a medium speed brake here. So let me just go over the checklist here. See if we can do any of them. Approach briefing is confirmed. We are going down with the week 5 RNAV, vectoring ourselves in, then starting to do a direct to Bailey or Bailey or whatever it was called, and then we're going to land with medium speed brake and all the bells and whistles in order to make sure that we don't skid around on the runway. Ecam status is checked. Well, we don't have anything to check on the Ecam status right now. Seat belts are on, not right now, but we need to go to... Oh, dang, I got a... rate, I didn't get to see what it says, and... was it you? Mir too? Mir too? Oh, dang. I was sort of embraced in my own thoughts that I got a sort of little jitter when I heard that sound. I use Xenviro for clouds. If you want, you can even see my settings. Oh, let me just go to standard here. Let me see what that's... Was that what it said here? No, that was 13. So let's... There we go. Let's get another meter, but it should be... yeah, 3/4 statute mile. We might need to do an auto land here with 3/4 statute miles. Visibility. To be honest, I don't know, but it annoys the heck out of me, because when I try to sort of look at this, when I sort of try to move one of these levers around, it sort of bobs around. I have no idea where it comes from. I don't use X-Real, that's or X-Realistic or whatever it's called, so I know it's not that. I don't know, honestly, I don't know.
Fire traffic unit 1231 departing the central de-icing facility, taxiing taxiing runway 10 center via taxiway Zulu, O'Hare.
Oh, that hurt my ear. I don't know. I don't know, Beatrice. But I would like. I really searched around in order to find a way to turn it off, but I haven't yet. All right, I think we might need some de-icing here. Let's extend these to use them to slow us a little bit. We really don't need to slow down. We'll end right there with the right here, and then we can fly a little bit further out in, possibly also to give room to, is it possum or possum, or is that one, or is it Ruda? I cannot see. Ruda is minus 4,000. All right, so along this line we're going to descend down. No, it's not BSS Pratt & Whitney engines. It's not even Pratt & Whitney engines. It's CFM engines, the CFM 5B, whatever they're called. 56 5B, I think it is. And I'm using FTSIM sounds. For one, because I really don't care about, care for the BSS cabin crew and all that sound. And secondly, because I find that the engine sounds are pretty good with FTSIM. And finally, because I can get all sounds in one package, so I don't have to make a new plane for every BSS sound package I could put in. So that's basically why I have just selected it. I mean, the sounds, I find the sounds to be fair. Maybe the BSS are better, more dramatic, I don't know. You can decide for yourself. I mean, I know there's not much sound right now, but it'll come when we go to reverses when we land. Oh man, his voice really hurt my ears. It was very loud. Let me turn it down just a smidge. See if that helps. Oh, let me help it out by
On our final descent into Chicago. Flight attendants will be passing
getting a little
Morning
bit.
traffic, United 1231, lining up runway 10 center, O'Hare.
episode are in the full upright seating position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks and
Honestly, it really sounds like a very bassy voice, deep voice, combined with a mic that is completely and utterly, what's it called, clipping. So let me give you an example, and I'm very sorry for your ears. If you're wearing a headset, turn the volume down quite a bit. But to me, it sounds a little bit like he's talking like this. So now I've turned my microphone all the way up, and now it should be clipping completely insanely and sounding all weird and all
Traffic,
that.
United 1231, departing runway 10 center will be a westbound departure.
Can you hear it?
O'Hare.
Oh my. Stop it, please. All right, let's get the passengers eyes not
The
detected.
flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign.
I'm going to keep it anyway, just in case. But yeah, that's the sound I'm rocking on this plane here, and for now it has seemed to be pretty okay to me. I don't know if we can go in here and listen. It might be a little bit more interesting to listen to the sounds when we level out. So terrain is 11. Let's go down to 4,000 then, because our minimum altitude here is was 3,700 in any case, so it shouldn't be any issue that we do. Let's do an open descent. Did I turn the lights on fully? Yeah, I did. Let's turn these on as well, just so I don't forget them. So let me see, we are going straight at 270, meaning that I will go straight at 0 or 360. So turn right 360. Or 000. I won't be doing that yet. I wanted to get us a little bit further down before I begin to do that. Let's see, did it activate the approach phase yet? No. Not yet. We're still in descent mode. That's okay for now. Chicago traffic, United 1564, turning right heading 0. Chicago traffic. $360 or 0, I mean it's basically the same. Go to 10. For some reason it won't show the blue line when I'm at 10, I don't know that. But it's okay, I can see how far away we are. So I reached 4,000. See, can I see it now? No. Chicago traffic, United 1564, turning right heading 180. Oh. Chicago traffic, United 1564 correction, turning right heading 090. Yeah, it's 90 degrees I need to go, not not 180. There we go. Let's enable the approach phase now. I activate it. That was actually a pretty decent lineup. Alright, let's set the altitude for 2,300, because that's our entry. And let's go direct Bruda. Bruda, is it? Not Bruda. Chicago traffic. United 1564, direct Bruda, descending to 2,300 feet via the profile. Chicago traffic. All right, let's just do that. Chicago traffic, I forgot the most important part. United 1564, inbound via list runway 10 center. Alright, let's set flaps 1. Let's see if we need to do an auto land or we can deal with but it's a long runway. Let's just set it to low and then I can take over if it's not enough. Let's enable the localizer. See how well it's going to be lining up. Set it to 10. Still don't have any ATC here.
Chicago traffic, Delta 76 taking off, 28 right.
2,500.
Alright, let's go to flaps 2. Chicago traffic, United 1564, localizer captured, waiting for glide slope. Chicago traffic.
$2,000.
wondering when we're going to intercept that that glide slope. We're very close. Let's enable approach phase. K2 dual. See if we can get it. But then again, we're at 2300 and we're not over that point yet. So let's go to flaps 3. Let's arm these speed brakes. There it comes. Hello, glide slope. Perfect. Alright, let's call the cabin crew. Turn wing lights on as well, just to make us as visible as possible now that we have all of this snow and stuff. Let's go to flaps. Flaps 4 again. Chicago traffic, United 1564 on final for ILS runway 10 center. Chicago traffic. Alright, flaps full. And gear down. Three greens. This looks like a good candidate for an auto land. But if I'm not mistaken, this runway should be pretty long. Yep. This is indeed a good candidate for an auto land. I cannot see the squat of the airport yet. The runway.
500.
And we have 400 above.
400.
And the weather just keeps getting worse.
300.
But this is why we have auto lands. There we have the runway.
200.
100 above.
I'm not going to switch over from an auto land at this point here.
100.
Minimum.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Retard.
5.
Reverses. Get my AVS thingy majig out, go to destination, heading. Alright, auto brakes off, reverses off, can follow. Oh, I forgot to turn off the autopilot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
Yeah,
to
sorry.
Chicago. The local time is 8:39 a.m. and it's currently about 23 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have been shifted during the flight. If this is your final destination, we thank you for flying with us.
Chicago traffic, United 1564, clear of 10 center. Alright, let's stop here for a second. Did I turn reversers off? I can't even remember. Yeah, I did. Alright. Alright, parking brake on. Let's turn off the anti-wing eyes here. Turn on the U-turn. Strobe to auto. Let's leave nav logo. Turn wing. Landing lights off. Turn this to taxi. And turn on the view here. Alright, so we have snow here. Nice. I don't know if it's snowing here in reality, but let's find nice way. Nice place to stop. Alright, they're not named. That's just freaking perfect. So we are here. We need to cross a runway. So we definitely need to go down here. That's for certain. Let's just take this one here. I'm not sure what it's called. Let's find that out. Airport, parking gates. I have a distinct idea that this is how we're watching it right now. So we could go to that there must be K12. This must be Kappa 18. Let's go for, I think this must be, I'm not sure, but this must be Kappa 18 something. Alright. So let's see, we're going to go via Papa Echo 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 Echo, and then Victor Bravo Alpha 17. No, scratch that. Let's go all the way out to Alpha 19er, and then Alpha. Let's accept that. Chicago traffic, United 1564, taxi to stand Kappa 18 via Papa, Echo Echo, Bravo, Alpha 19er, and Alpha. Chicago traffic. Alright, let's center this and let's get going. Let's just turn on the wipers because they are annoying and noisy, but alright, if you still hear me too, let me just give you an example on how the engine sounds. So let me go quickly, just slightly up to full. This is how they sound with the FT-Sim package. And I probably made the brakes insanely hot. Now, some of the stuff that you're seeing on the windscreen right now is X-Enviro, and some of it is not. The issue here is that X-Enviro doesn't work with the Vipers on the planes, so unfortunately I think I'm going to ask one of the devs whether they can sort of make them react to it, but I'm pretty sure that the answer would have been no, because otherwise they would have done it already. See, we're going a little bit fast here. There's my mouse. Chicago traffic, United 1564, crossing runway 10 left. Chicago traffic. Did I get a message on anyone landing here? Let's see. Oh, I thought this was me. It wasn't. It was someone else. Oh, I forgot to turn something off at least. This one, so we don't annoy anyone else, and weather radar and predictive wind shear. There we go. Chicago traffic, United 1564, has crossed and clear of 10 left, 28 right. Chicago traffic. There we just clipped the truck. Sorry, truck. It really is heavy snow. I mean, let's turn this off. It's a little bit annoying. There we go. That's a little bit more like it. I wonder if it really is snowing this heavy in Chicago right now.
Chicago traffic, United 3595, taxi to the I Center via Alpha 12. Alpha 12, November. And Zulu.
So it's probably in here somewhere. I can't see what it says on that little plaque, but I'm going to take it because I can. It's Caba 20. I don't care. I mean, who the frick would care in this snow in any case? Are you serious, man? It's really snowing. How many frames are in? 23 because of heavy snow and a lot of scenery. Probably not the best parking I ever made. There we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chicago O'Hare. I hope that you enjoyed this little trip here. Let's turn this off and this off. Let's put the APU bleed on. Let's turn engine 2 off. Retract flaps fully. Disarm speed brakes. And we need to call for someone to look at that pump there. Let's turn off captain and purser. Let's turn wing off and strobe off, and did I turn the other engine off as well? No, let's turn engine 1 off. And turn the beacon off. I hope it's not coming from there. No. Hello. Let's turn off the wipers. There's definitely something else connecting. Alright. Let's release the hostages. Let's turn the engine pumps off. Turn the up. ADS off. Let's turn crew supply off. We don't need that anymore. And let's ask the ground crew to come with their entourage of different stuff that we need. Ground power unit would be nice, and some baggage carts for our distinguished guests. Well, let me see what he has to offer as compliments to a public address when we are here. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, this is your captain speaking. We'll be arriving shortly. Thank you again for flying with us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
We did arrive, but I like the sentiment. Alright. There's our external power. Alright, since brakes are hot, let's ask ground crew, can you please set up the chokes? And maybe, yeah, attach a low pressure as well. And they are in place, so let's turn off the parking brake. So we can reduce the wear, and there we have all of the cargo stuff getting out. Alright, so now I have to remember which freaking gate I landed at. -25. I seriously don't believe that. Where the frick did I start? I hate when I have to remember which gate I started at. Was it Foxtrot something? And I can't even go in and see now, because now it has put me at Kappa 12, but I can put that in Kappa 20. Kappa 18. Let me see if I open a VTAP and airport search for KBOS. KBOS. Search. Boston, Logan, blab. Now he's going back. What? To KORD. Midway traffic. Oh. Let's see. Parking gates. Let's see if I can remember where it was. Pretty sure it was Echo 7 or Echo 6. Let's just say Echo 6. Because, yeah, it was somewhere around that, because it did just a little flip out and go around to 15 right. So, Echo 7, I think it was. Let's put that in. Echo 7. Alright, let's see. We were on VATSIM. We didn't use any time acceleration. That's true. Everything else seems to be fine. Let's submit that. Flight rep was submitting successfully. Perfect. Alright, let's see how much we can see outside. Very little. Look at those beautiful engines that you cannot see. I'll see if I can cheat a little bit when we do the replay. And by cheat, I mean go to, what's it called? KBOS-KORD. Yeah, probably and not. Bye. Let's see, now brakes hot, yeah I know these brakes are hot. How hot are they? 310. Oh. Well, in freezing temp they should get cold pretty quickly. They're going to make sort of an area around themselves where they are sort of melting the ice. Alright, we finished getting the passengers off board, so let me remove the fly light top. Close that down, we don't need that for now. Let me see. So you need to have visible to see packs. Let's go to packs then. There you go. So you can see packs. I can see packs. So let's see what the passengers they said. So they were 97% satisfied. Holy moly. KBOS-KORD 2 hours and 33 minutes. Planned departure was 10:36:32. Actual departure was 10:39, so a little bit late. It's okay. Planned arrival was 13:26:32, and actual arrival just about 13 minutes before. So that was 13:28. 172 souls. They were overall very satisfied. Landing rate was -213, so that's reasonable. Block time almost 3 hours. They notable events very slightly ahead of schedule. They comment they put, I'll definitely be recommending you at work. I'm totally telling my friends about this airline. It's sort of like that. This is going to be fun leaving the aircraft. That comment, I still love it. I mean, I have absolutely no idea what it actually means. Does it mean that it was fun being on the airline and then it's aircraft, and it's going to be fun leaving it as well? Does it mean that it was horrible, so it's going to be so much fun getting out of here? Let's see, one more. I'm glad Scandinavian Airlines. Yeah, that's because that's my career. I don't want to make multiple careers in packs. I could also just have called it Michael's career, but I started out with
Chicago Midway traffic, San 1120.
with Scandinavian Airlines, and that's why I kept on going with it. So let's see. Yeah, that's it. Save it. Menu. Close. Alright, so let me close down the UVA Cars Express thingy and disconnect from VATSIM. And let's get some replay mode going. Let's go outside so you can see where we are going. It's just impossible. Alright, let me see. Where is my... I can't even see the mouse anymore. Man. Didn't I remove all of the... But there it is. There's so much snow I can't even see the mouse. It's pretty impressive. That looks like we're above the clouds in some way. Yeah. So, there are the patches of snow that, oh, that's interesting. We're going to, the passengers are getting plenty of fresh air on their way down. Fresh, cold air. Alright, so when we land, let me show you the details of these engines here. the cottage of all engines here. Because this is insane. Turn the volume a little bit down so you don't get blasted away. And now doesn't the landing gear, isn't that animated? That's something new on the replay. If it isn't. But then again, the door being opened is also something new, so who knows? But let's see. Oh, there it comes. Perfect. I love that the hood is open. Anything else that's open? Oh. I want you to notice how detailed that engine is. And I'm going to zoom in when we get a little bit, when we have landed the first, sorry, when we have landed the first time. Alright, look at this. Let me just show you. Let's go really close. Now we're going slow motion. Just notice when those cowling doors or those reverser doors they open. They details. I mean, I'm still impressed by Cottage of All. Notice that these little levers here, hydraulic levers, even those are animated. And I'm pretty sure that if you look in here in the behind, yeah, you can see those, let me see if I can move out a little bit more. No, fortunately not. But you can see here, let me go back. See them come in and close off. It's actually a relatively simple design, more simple than some of the other engines. Alright, let's do a mid-runway something. It's about here that... oh, so it's this one. No, that's the one that follows along. It is this one here. Just need to use this and this. We need to have the plane come just in over our head for this to be fun. Thereabouts. All right, let's zoom in. So let's see how that looks. Or I guess we can turn up the volume a little bit. Let's go back. Let's see out here. Something like that. All right. So it gets a little bit more dramatic. There came the snow once again. Alright, let's go KBOS-KORD so we can see what the heck is going on. Let's see that again. Let me just go back to the touchdown point. All right, let's see if we can do a see a tour view. Yep, that is also perfectly possible. Let's zoom in. Well in. Let's still that door there. It's still a little bit funny. There we go. Enjoy this landing here. I mean, I know it's an autoland, but in case you forgot, there was actually quite a bit of snow. So this should be downtown or uptown or whatever it is. Chicago. I don't know. I've never been to Chicago, so I don't know how it looks. But I do know that the Chicago skyline or the seaside line of the buildings, they look pretty cool. It's a reasonable landing. Down. Then slowly getting the nose down. Burp. There we go. And then just stop with brakes and reverses and speed brakes and the whole shebang. These engines there, they are so good looking. All right, let's see if we can get an inside view looking at the engines. What? Oh, that's the freaking door. That's the open door. So we can stand here and watch instead. All right, how do you like that? We can even go outside. Let's do that. Let's take a stroll outside. Now we're outside, almost outside. All right, let's see how this looks. I'm not so sure about that open door, what the heck that is supposed to mean. Wonder how much of these, let me just see, fly with Lura. Let's try to go max quality. No. Well, it's more the building in the sort of the outskirts there. Try to go a little bit further back, see how it looks when we come from a little bit higher up. Cabin crew, please prepare for landing. Pretty sure that was what I said right there, or dinged for. Do we have any ETC online there now? Yeah, now we have tower. We specifically just landed before tower came online. Daryl Flora. Alright. Unfortunately, I didn't get to show you the really cool Chicago skyline entrance, because that is something that looks really good. It's a special approach. It really is. You have all of these snow patches around. I'm working on it for the Nightbot edition that I have, but I'm not there fully yet. But I can show you something at least. So this is the plugins that you can see here that I'm using. So I have Ground Handling Deluxe, Live Traffic, PAX, Slew Mode, I don't know. X-Plane 8 is just a little plugin to turn it off or turn it off. It doesn't always work, but it works most of the time. I'm using XP Python 3, and that's because I'm using the plugin called Control Panel. Yes, that's the plugin is called Control Panel. 4 Seasons. Right now it's set to winter with patchy snow. Now it should be winter with snow, but I'm not going to change it. Then I have XP UIPC. I have X checklist in. I have the Eval client because I'm also on Eval. X-Enviro, X-Pilot, AVS. That's the, I don't know if you saw that, that's the sort of the thing that I use to guide myself around on the taxiways. Then I obviously have AVTAP and better pushback. In Fly with Lua, I have 3J FPS Wizard, landing gear, and Asher in order to get better shadows and all that. Maybe set it down to 2K, I don't know. 6K perhaps. Let's see. What else? Sam. Using Sam. Skunkcraft updater is for the A340. Terrain radar. I cannot remember which. I got it for a specific reason, but now I cannot remember why. What it did. It did something else other than having this terrain radar that you can see here right now. And then finally, of course, the TOLIS, because I'm using the TOLIS we're flying right now. And then Sassel, which is something that comes with TOLIS. So these are sort of the basic plugins that I have right now, using right now. Some of them are payware. Let me see if I can remember. Ground Handling Deluxes. PAX is a payware, but it's not a plugin per se as much as it's sort of an outside program that I use. X-Enviro is very much payware. AVS is payware by Flight Factor. SAM is not payware unless you want to have all the airport what are they called? Not gateways, the Jetway. I think they called Worldwide Jetway or Jetway World, something like that. And well, obviously TOLIS is payware, but those are basically the ones that I have that are payware. The other ones are freeware that you can look up. Yeah. I can highly, if you have the computer for it. That depends. It doesn't work how. You know what? I have an airport that I need to freshen up with new SAM additions and all of that. So maybe I can make a video where I sort of give the basics of how to use World Editor to put all of the SAM stuff in. So SAM is basically the free part of SAM is basically just a framework. So in order to get SAM to work certain places, you either need to put in the jetways and the things that you want, the gate guidance, whatever. You need to put that in yourself, or you can get, and that only is for the jetways, by the way. You can get the SAM. I think they're called Worldwide Jetways or something like that. It's not super expensive, but it does cost some money. Then all of the standard jetways that you have around on your airport should connect automatically. What else is there to say about SAM? Well, I'd say now with SAM 3, it's actually very, very easy to put in both the jetways and the particularly the Nightbot doesn't like you put in putting links. I'll see what I can do. But I just set up Nightbot yesterday, sort of very late, so I haven't fully put in everything in place. Yeah, I think it's that. Let me. I don't know. But it's basically 4 seasons. You need to have Python 3. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. See what it is you have there. Let's see. Control. Yeah, 2.1. It is. And then when you download it, there are some stuff that you need to do in order to get it working. You need to install Python 3. You need to install something called Python blah blah blah. What was it called? XP Python 3. You just pull it over, and then when you start, with me at least, when I started up explain with a plane the first time, it just asked me, I need to do this and this and this, and then it got working. And then you need to follow the guidelines regarding installing 4 Seasons itself. So the 4 Seasons with the plugin and a little folder, 4 Season folder, need to be put into the Python plugin folder, and the rest, all of that with snow and patchy snow and winter and summer and all of that, the textures themselves, you need to put them into custom terrain, and then rearrange your ini folder so that the 4 Season textures are between the airports and everything else. So you have all your airports, then you have 4 Seasons, and then you have everything else down below. That's the way he recommends to put it in. The thing about 4 Seasons, and I can show you that very easily by stopping the replay mode here. Oh, it's that one that tried to connect. The thing about seasons, 4 Seasons, compared to, for example, to something like Xen Virus season mode, which by the way doesn't work with Vulkan. That's why I used this instead, is that this is not dynamic. So let me, I don't know, I can't remember if I can get back to this place here. But this is the setting I've put in with what they call patchy snow. It doesn't look very patchy to me, but there are sort of specific places around where there's no snow around quite violently, but I mean, it's better than none. But let's say, for example, I open 4 Seasons and I say, well, it expects winter with snow. So let's go winter with snow and say save and apply. It will now reload all the textures. The difference between Vulkan... Oh, now I need to sit back and lean back and sort of be in a good position. This is going to take a long time. Do you have a cup of coffee? I don't. All right, no. The best thing you could do is to find a video with Austin Meyer trying to explain it, because he's a heck of a lot better at it than me. But basically, Vulkan and OpenGL are 2 different ways of rendering stuff. So if I have to say, the way that Austin Meyer explains it is that OpenGL is always in a state of crisis. So what does that mean? That means that now we have a little bit more snow here, but still low frames. So, but then again, I'm just watching over all of this at one point. Let me see. Yeah, that was a little bit better. So OpenGL is always in a state of crisis, meaning when you fly along sort of a route, whenever something new happens, OpenGL is sort of like, oh no, you want an airport? All right, I'll give you an airport. And then next time, it's, all right, you want this? I'm going to give you trees. And so everything that you sort of want to render, OpenGL sort of just, it's like sort of, it's completely oblivious of what's going to happen next. So it's just sort of like, oh dang, all right, I need to put this in. And that is why when some people fly with OpenGL, they sort of experience this sudden stutter where the frames drop dramatically, sort of, and then it sort of catches up, then it goes okay in the next part. And that's because OpenGL is constantly there we go, is constantly rendering the shaders as we go, whereas Vulkan basically renders all of the shaders that you need in before you even start. So all the shaders that Vulkan need, they are rendered at one point in time, and that is sort of when you start your flight. So the advantage here is that if you come to a new place on your route and your plane says, hey, Vulkan, I need an airport. Vulkan says, there you go, here's your airport. You fly a little bit longer and you say, Vulkan, I need an ocean. Vulkan says, here's your ocean. Because all of these things are rendered in at one point, whereas, like I said again, OpenGL is sort of like you're coming flying and you say, hey, yeah, OpenGL, I need an airport, and OpenGL is like, oh dang it, you need an airport now, all right, here you go. And then it renders an airport, and then again you fly along a little further, and then you say, hey OpenGL, I need an ocean now. Oh dang it, you need an ocean, and there and so forth. Yes. So what I've experienced is that Vulkan doesn't necessarily give me better frames sort of overall. It depends very much on what the heck is going on. If I have rain, if I have snow, if I have these snow patches that you saw with Four Seasons and all of that stuff, my frames can be hammered down. And I don't have the most powerful system. I have an i7 8700 that I, because of a crappy cooler, had to declock down with all core down to 3.7 gigahertz, because if I let it go all the way up to 4.3, it would instantly rise to 100 degrees and then temp reduce itself all the way down, even further down than 3.7. So my sweet spot is around 3.7. Then I had 32 gigs of RAM. I'm running X-Plane from a normal hard drive, meaning that I have a little bit more loading time usually. And then I'm having an Asus Cerberus 1070 Ti, a GTX 1070 Ti. So not a super fast card, sort of in the mid-range I would say, but nothing fancy like the new 20 series or 30 series cards. Whereas the 30 series, they're completely impossible to get your hands on right now. So in any case, and they are insanely expensive. So yeah, that's the hardware I'm running, and I can feel it. I mean, sometimes I go down to around these 20 something frames per second, but that's where I have the help of this Lua script here, this one here. Now, well, obviously I've set it to max quality, right? If I set it to auto, it will, what it does is, try to go out again if you know what it does. I don't want to waste your time with it, but basically you can see here, where's my mouse now? Why? It's impossible to see that mouse in that snow. Alright, let's go up here where I was before. Let's see, what are we rocking now? 30 frames straight on. So if I go up here and take fly with Lua and then say max qual, it should have pumped it down, but maybe it's because, let me try to go to or maybe it was because it hadn't loaded the Four Seasons thing yet. That's sort of the thing. Vulkan is only as good as it can be what it knows. So if I throw in something new in the head of Vulkan, it needs to render it. So obviously that's sort of the issue here. So when I change these things here mid-flight, the Four Seasons thing, that's why I've set mine down here. I could also set it at only with aircraft on ground and stop. Pretty much be the same. But I mean, winter, yeah, it's okay. Winter with snow, expected winter with snow, because the temperature is low. So it needs to render that. That is probably why my frames drop down to the 30th. So basically, what I'm experiencing, sort of in overall with Vulkan, is not necessarily that I get super duper high frames. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But like you said, they're more consistent. So with OpenGL, I try running OpenGL and I can keep it in a reasonable frame for the most part. But when I need to render something new, especially when it's something a lot like, for example, San Francisco City or something like that, it will drop me down to the 20, about there, frames per second. Whereas that usually doesn't happen with Vulkan, because Vulkan already have done all of the rendering in advance. That's more or less that. All right. I hope that you have enjoyed this stream here. Those of you who came a little late and only saw me doing the replay, if you can, come a little earlier. Because my streams are usually going to no, that's true. Vulkan doesn't support Librain, so in this aircraft here, the Tolis A321, I can select between the standard X-plane rain or Librain. But for example, in the A340, I only have the Librain option. So either I need to go to OpenGL, sorry, or I need to enable, I could do that as well. Go into settings and then enable windshield effects from Xenviro. It doesn't do much with the frames right now, but sometimes it does. And it looks really good. It really does. The only issue is that it doesn't have any connection at all with the Vipers. So, yeah, they're not very, I mean, they're not very useful here. That's the only issue I have. But I mean, Librain, more frames. I sort of prefer more frames, honestly. Because I can always enable this and then just say, well, that's the way of flying. Sometimes you cannot see a shit in front of you. So, yeah, like I was about to say, because I'm about to end my stream now, I need to clean up a little bit and then prepare to go pick up my daughter from daycare. My son is coming home with taxi from school, so he's basically just opening the door and say, "Hey, Dad." That actually says "Hi, far," man. That's because I'm Danish. That's okay, and come back. I have maybe more information to share. I don't know. I mean, I don't feel very knowledgeable. Yeah, you know what I'm going to say. Knowledgeable about all of this stuff, but maybe I do. Maybe I do have sort of accumulated some knowledge and some experience down the road from flying and flying and flying and flying. Hopefully, I would sort of hope that I do get some experience from it. But yeah, if you want to sort of be sort of a more regular customer on my streams, then I start my stream usually around 9:10 Zulu time, so it'd be 9:10 a.m. I guess Zulu. So it's about 10:11 my time zone in Denmark. So right now, because we're not running daylight saving, so roughly around 9:10, maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later. No, sometimes it's later because there's stuff I need to do. Today it was a little bit later because I needed to go buy some groceries, but usually around that time, because I usually come back from delivering my daughter, whatever you want to call it, at daycare. That is usually latest is 8 o'clock Zulu time, UTC, and then getting back to the apartment, sort of setting up for the stream and getting everything ready. Usually that means that I'm ready to start the stream somewhere around 9 a.m. Zulu time, so 10 here for me, and then sometimes it gets to be a little bit later. So if you want to be sort of a regular part of the stream, which I very much would like to invite you to do, then that's the time I usually stream. Sometimes I'll also do night streaming. For me, that would be, what would that be, about 9 p.m. thereabout. 8 p.m. between 8 and 9 p.m. Again Zulu time. Try to keep it at that, because if I say 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. Danish time, but people would say, how do I reverse that to my own time zone? So UTC, the people can usually follow along with that, especially if they're flight enthusiasts, because we always work in UTC in any way. Yeah, so do that, and just my sort of a regular sort of farewell sentence, or whatever you want to call it. Those of you who are following on YouTube or seeing this as a VOD on YouTube, likes and subscribes, they really help. Whether you like or dislike the video is not really important. What is important that you make some kind of reaction to the video itself, because that will help the YouTube algorithm figuring out where to place me. Also, I try to make sort of special content for YouTube. I haven't done so in a little while now because I've been very busy streaming, getting back to that. But other than that, I'd say those of you who are watching on Twitch, you can also watch it. You can also watch it. You can also watch it as a VOD, but only for a week. So if you are late, you need to go back to YouTube. Yeah, I know it's cumbersome. Sorry about that. Following me will always help. But what is really important, what is very important for me right now, and what I would really like to have some more viewers, because viewer count is golden right now. I need to have above 3 viewers on average on my streams, all of my streams, for a month, and then I'm eligible for affiliation. The top side to affiliation means that I can make money. Cool, thank you, Motu. The downside is that when you're affiliated with Twitch, I cannot double stream. But then again, without double streaming, it's much easier for me to set up my Nightbot and all the other bots and all of that. It's a give and take. But right now, I am spreading out on as many channels as I possibly can. So YouTube and Twitch, you are my friends right now. Alright guys, or girls, or whatever you are, I don't care. What I care is about you being here and being part of this little community that we have going right now. Also remember, Metu, I have a... Is it Mertu or Meertu, or... I mean... Meertu? Are you from Holland? Possibly? Sounds a little bit Dutch, to be honest. Hope I don't offend you by saying that. But in any case, I have, what I was trying to say is I have a Discord. Okay, fine. I have a Discord. I don't know if you can see the link. Let me see if I can see the link. Because I can set it down to build. Let me see Discord. Nightbot reacted, so you should be able to see that. Alright, so I was just completely in the other end of Europe. You're from Turkey? Oh, Nightbot is functional on both channels now. Oh, I didn't know that. And Streamlabs is also coming. Now you should have enough to go with. What was I going to say? Yeah. You're from Turkey, but live in Poland. And I said Holland. So basically just in opposite ends of Europe. But, I mean... okay. But hopefully you'll come back. I have plan of streaming tomorrow, same time, about 9:10 Zulu time. If you live in Poland, what is your time zone there? Is it +1 or +2? Because then I can make it relatively easy. It's 15. All right, so. That makes it incredibly easy for you, for me. Tomorrow morning, tomorrow around 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Also for you, because we're sharing the same time zone. You can see right now it's also 16 minutes past 3 here, so 15, 16. So okay, fine. All right, I will get a little bit cleaned up here in the apartment before the kids come home and ruin it again. So yeah, sure. I mean, and you know what, to be completely honest, seen from sort of the point of view of viewers, for my viewing count, it doesn't matter if you put my stream on an iPad and put it into a drawer and it just runs there. What is important in that regard is that you cannot interact with me on the chat while doing something else. But viewing count in itself is, I mean, Twitch doesn't care if sorry, if there's actual eyes looking on the screen. That's just so. I mean, just get my drift here. If you want to help me out with viewing count, then just start a computer and let it run, and then you can sort of glance over it at one point while working or doing something else. But for me, what matters is okay. For me, that matters is that more the interaction with you guys out there. So, all right. I could go on like this forever, man, because I love talking with people on my stream, but it always seems that I have a lot of people to chat with when I'm about to close the stream. Maybe it's me starting a little bit late, little too late, or maybe it's just bad luck or whatever, sort of karma, something like that. But I can see something happened on. So I got a little notification here, so let me see. Oh, that's technical help. Let me see. Yeah, there you are. Welcome. All right, Mirtu Huff. It's going to be a fun name in the end. I'll see you tomorrow or whenever. Stay safe out there and stay well. And you work. You work at home due to COVID because you have COVID, or just because of restrictions? Because I have one other viewer that is sort of relatively regular. And he's constantly excusing himself for, excusing himself for going sleeping, and he's had a bad case of COVID, and he's had high fever and all that. It's just, oh, I'm sorry, but I need to go sleeping. And it's just, you don't need to apologize. Just go sleep. Fucking sake. I mean, I'm running a high fever, but sorry, man. I need to, yeah, go sleep. Get well. That's more important. All right, perfect. So it's not because you're ill, it's just because of restrictions. Yeah. Here in Denmark, we just lifted all the restrictions. Let's see how long that's going to be the case. I don't know. Hopefully it'll stick. All right. Yeah, me too. I said him. Hopefully, he said that he's feeling a little bit better, but that he's still running a fever. So, and I'm feeling particularly sorry for him because we had a run of COVID here at our apartment. So, my son came home with COVID and had fever 1 day or two, and that was it. Then he was over it. We all vaccinated. I had the 3rd shot. My wife had the 3rd shot, and both our children have had 2 shots. Yeah, it is. Or at least just not, but apologizing for it. I need to go sleep, man. I'm pretty tired. I'm sick. Go! So I feel particularly sorry for him because we had run it with here. And my son had it. Like I said, he had a fever a couple of days. 38 something degrees Celsius. So not terribly high. And then my wife thought she passed it, but then she had fever roughly a week later, something like that. Also a day where she was about in the 38s thereabout. Then it was over. She got a test, one of the home tests. It was positive. She went to got a PCR test. That was positive. But my daughter and I, I mean, I've had a little bit of sort of, you know that feeling you get before you get a cold, sort of you can feel it, sort of like, a little annoying. That's all I had. It's pretty impressive. But I will say, I had my 3rd jab basically 1 or 2 days before my son came home and was sick. So I had it fresh in the blood, sort of speaking. So that's possibly why I didn't get it that much. And now I feel fine. I mean, there was one stream where I said I need to cut the stream because I'm just tired as heck, and cut the stream early. Yeah, that's it. And we have been extremely fortunate here. I have to say that. I mean, my wife probably didn't feel very fortunate when she was lying on the sofa sleeping and had high fever. But thinking about that, it was a day or two later, she was okay. I mean, not well, but just okay. That's pretty nice. All right, I need to stop this because I can keep talking forever, man. And you probably have something to do, and I certainly have something to do. But I hope that I will see you tomorrow or Friday or whatever. I'll be streaming there. See you, man. Bye bye.